can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome to Kings. This is the World Series of Poker circuit. It's the Monsterstack. It's gold ring number 6. I'm just looking, it's actually not gold ring number 6. It's one of 12 gold rings being awarded during this festival, and what an action-packed festival we have. It really has been special. We kicked off last week with the mini main event. Huge turnout, huge prize pool. Frederick Thiemer, the young German, came out on top, winning over €92,000. We're back today with the penultimate day of the Monsterstack, and we have a couple of real quality players on our stream. In fact, I'm just looking to the very right of the screen, a familiar face. You now see him center of your screen. Dmitro Bystrov Zorov, who's actually the reigning champion of this Monsterstack Gold Ring event. And he's opened here with the pocket eights. The super short stacked Samuel has moved in. Big blind is 40,000. He's just moved in for like just under 3 big blinds. He found a pair, he's moved in, but he has a big problem here. And it's even more compounded seeing the 5 go into the muck from Alberto, because Samuel need to find a 5. Duplo with ace 8 can't really, well, there's no re-raise option for Dimitro. It was an under-raise from Samuel, but Dimitro snap calling there with the 8s. And we're going to see Dmitro Bystrov Zorov, the Ukrainian, who is the Monster Stack Gold Ring winner. He has one of these gold rings for this event. 116,000 euro he won just a couple of months ago. It was the January World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. And now Samuel, who's flopped a backdoor straight draw. It's the only way really. Well, obviously the 5 of hearts. Well, that's interesting. That opens up any 3, any 8. The 5 would give a bigger straight. Killed his 5, but opened up 3s and 8s. Deuce, no good to Samuel, who's just played one hand of this new blind level, which is 20,000, 40,000. And that is your reigning champion. That is Dmitro Bystrov Zorov from the Ukraine, who's just busted out the super short stack Samuel Amer from Switzerland. This is the Monster Stack. This is King's Resort. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. And we're going to bring you all the action throughout day 2 live from King's Resort. Now, under the gun, Zilo Marinis, Bosnia Herzegovina. I believe that's the nation he represents, given the flag there beside his name. I hope I got that right. King Queen under the gun, 1.9 million. Average stack is in around the million mark. But there seems to be quite a lot of chips on this table. We have like 3 players well over 2 million. Now, Davide, similar situation to the last hand. Very short. 40,000 is the big blind. And he looks at a small pair. Was opened. I'd be very tempted to take a spin there, but Davide decides against it. Alfredo, we featured him a couple of times on our live stream. Alfredo in the hijack, he's going to fold the jack 8, and Bumbalo, another reg in seat 9, folds also. Alberto, another reg. I mean, this table has a lot of talent. Duplo suited ace in the small blind, he lets it go. And Johannes from the Czech Republic, who I believe is the big stack on the table, 3.4 million. It's more than triple the average, which is approximately 1.1 million at this stage. Just 87 players left, so less than 10%. The bubble has burst. All of these players in the money, all getting paid, which is phase 1. Target number 1 complete for these guys. Get in the money, get paid. That's what it's about. And all of these players have secured 1,218 euro. Dimitro folding under the gun, quality act. If you did see that Monster Stack stream, it was really terrific. Some real quality on that stream. David Taborski, if you remember. Joseph Gulas Jr. And we also had the Italian Camerata. It was just a really quality final table back in January. And the Ukrainian Dmitro came out on top, winning 116,000. Some story emerging here if he can make another final table back to back in the same event. This is Bumble. King Jack in the hijack position, 2.7 million. And the big blind's at 40,000. So hijack open with the King Jack, which is very standard. Then we have a Duplo, who is sitting on about 700k, ace 9 offsuit. He elects to just flat call. And the problem with this flat call is you mightn't get to see a flop. We have Zelo in the big blind position with ace queen, and he 3-bets here, which is perfectly reasonable, versus a hijack open flat on the button. You look down on the big blind ace queen. I think this is a pretty good spot for a 3-bet and a pretty decent hand choice. It's going to take this down most of the time. Get a load of hands he's flipping against to fold. Now this is the problem for Duplo, who called a little bit light here. And he decides to let it go. Zello takes down the pot. 200,000 profit, brings him up to 2.2 million. And a warm good evening to all our viewers just tuning in on the Facebook platform. Very welcome. And also, of course, Twitch, which I've just opened. And I see Johan is going to be looking after us this evening, the moderator in the chat. Hello to you, Johan. And a warm welcome to all of our viewers. It's an absolute privilege for us to bring you this poker content, particularly when it's a special festival like the World Series of Poker circuit. Really brings out some quality players. Big prize pools, of course, 3 million guaranteed over the course of this festival. And this particular event, 500,000 guaranteed, which was created by 910 players, made up 500,000 prize pool. This is a Duplo, cut off 600k. He's going to open here with Queen Jack in the cutoff. I don't mind this. Folded around to him. Button folds, just the blinds to contend with. Zello in the small blind, suited king. King 10 of hearts. He 3-bet last hand with the ace queen. I mean, it'd be an interesting decision to 3-bet again. It would probably work well. Perhaps not with Dmitro Zorov in the big blind, ace jack suited, and I think Duplo is going to get punished again. These marginal hands, ace 9 off, queen jack, I mean, they just can't really stand versus a 3-bet. Dmitro just looks, I mean, you see an all-in shove and you might think, wow, well, that's a bit loose and risky. It's not really, because his maximum exposure is 500,000, and it just cuts out any chance of him getting 4-betted and being put in a tough spot. He's just going to put it in. Put his short stack opponent all in. And Duplo's gone from 700k to 520 without seeing a flop. And that's not good business. Dimitro takes it down. 1.6 million. Average is 1.1 we just seen displayed in the top right of the graphic you're looking at. You'll see the field size continually advertised, and then you'll see the average stack pop up every now and then. Keep you up to date on the amount of big blinds in play, the amount of big blinds that a player should have in their stack to be average. 1.1 million is the average, with 40k big blind, so about 27 bigs is the average. This is Alfredo under the gun, 2.1 million, no interest now. Bumbalo, ace-9 snap fold, and this is Alberto. Now Duplo, not interested this time with the ace-4 off, but Johannes in the cutoff, chip leader, not interested in opening with king-4. Zelo may be interested, suited 10-6, but decides, even though it's folded around to him and he's on the button, he's decided to let this one go. And Dimitro is in the small. Big blind is Davide. The Italian Davide is, well, sorry, Davide. Yeah, Davide is super short. You can see him there in the big blind. So again, you can just see recognition from the Ukrainian. Just looks at the stack size of Davide and he just puts him in here. Big benefit of doing this with King 3 is you're going to get a lot of hands like this one, Jack 9, that you're essentially flipping against to fold. There's a couple of stronger kings I think would fold here. I think King 6, King 7, King 8 even would be folding here. And Davide, even though he has a huge percentage of his stack invested, he folded the Jack 9. I'd be snapping that shove off now with Jack 9. That's a fact, given the amount of money I've invested. Davide down to about 5 bigs. The Ukrainian already, even though we've just seen an orbit, not even an orbit, you can just you can see the strength of the Ukrainian on this table. He's appearing to be one of the standout players. Johannes, ace-4. This guy should be running this show. He's got all the chips. Local player. Johannes, he makes it 85, ace-4 in the hijack. Zello in the cutoff is going to be snap folding 7-3, and I mean Dimitro Bystrovzorov, he's picked up a hand here on the button, and it's going to be an interesting decision. He decides to just flat with the ace-jack. Blinds Davide 9-4. It's horrible to look at, isn't it? When you're just sitting with 5 bigs. 9-4, what can you do? Well, I don't think putting in 65k is the right move here. I don't think putting in 215k is the right move either. I think the only move is folding, and Davide does agree. Now, if I'm Alfredo, I'm going to peel a flop, 45k. Look at the amount in the pot. There's 270 in the pot. So he's getting 6-1 on his money. And you can flop all kinds of things with King 10. So the Italian Alfredo does the mathematics, decides, yeah, let's see what's out there. He misses. 5-5 deuce, 2 spades. Dimitro in position is in the lead, but Johannes has quite a lot of equity, even though he's out kicked. He's flopped a wheel draw, and he's going to continue. Now, interesting situation. Dimitro, he's ace jack here. He's under-repped his hand a little pre. He's going to stick about ace jack good here sometimes. We can see it's good on this occasion. Alfredo, none of this. Sometimes that continuation bet would work because the player in the button wouldn't fancy flat calling with action still open, and the player in the big blind could easily connect with a flop like this. So this call from Dimitro does look strong if you're sitting in Johannes' seat. Now he can hit a 3 for a straight. Deuce for a chop, 8 for a chop. What do you do if you're Johannes? Do you go, okay, he's probably calling me with a drawing hand like spades. That's what Johannes is thinking. Could be calling me with a weak pair like 6s or 7s. And these kind of hands that Johannes, even a hand like ace queen, it's just going to have to fold now to this second bet. New arrival just on the table. And Johannes just showing his quality. Reading the situation and getting the Ukrainian to fold the better hand. That is the chip leader. Zilo Marins from Bosnia Herzegovina, sitting on 3 3/4 million. These grey chips on the right hand side of a stack as we look. They're 100k in value, blues 25k, and the oranges are the lowest value in play, 5k. So button moves. The short stack is in the button position. And then Alfredo small blind and big blind is Bumbalo. So first to speak will be Alberto, who folds Duplo. Also starting to hit that danger zone, Johannes folds and Zilo Marins 5-3 offsuit, not interested. Dimitro folds. Now the new arrival is Ada. You can see in the very left there. Not quite see a stack. It looks to be, well, they're 100k chips he's riffling. So he's about 10 of them, and then probably another half, about 1.5 million. Now, Davide with an ace on the button, fold around to him. Absolutely mandatory to put your money in here, 215k. Alfredo will be folding the 8-5 of clubs. Nothing he can do with that. Be a different situation if he's in the big blind closing the action, but not really going to be interested in taking a spin. But this is an interesting situation. Bumbalo has a bid invested. 4 bigs to call, 8-3 of diamonds. You're probably live, you're suited. Yeah, perhaps. It's just a little bit wide to call. A little bit, just a little blind. Too much. 1 blind smaller. Yeah, I think he calls. And Davide will take that. He'll pick up the big blind ante on the small blind, which in total is equivalent to 100k. So you can see from the chip count graphic there that Davide, who's sitting at the bottom of the chart, has now brought his stack up to 7 big blinds, 315k. If you've just tuned in, it's the Monsterstack. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. It's one of the real big events here during the series. Gold ring up for grabs. Now, Duplo under the gun. Ace 10. All options are open to him. There's an argument for all options. Limp fold, raise, and he decides just too early position to get involved, decides to fold, but Johannes 3 3/4 million stack. The average is about 1.1. He's more than triple the average. He has above average stack for tomorrow. The average stack at the start of play tomorrow will be around 3.5 million. And Johannes is sitting on 3.7. Makes it 85. Now, you can see the new arrival there, Ada Cardano, sitting on 1.7 million. And now the short stack player in the cutoff ace 5. It's not appealing. You really want to get your money in first with this type of hand. I can't really see Davide going with this. 7 bigs. Alfredo on the button, 7-5 suited. You'd love to see a flop, wouldn't you? But you want to see it cheap. And you're not closing the action here. It doesn't really make too much sense getting involved with this hand in this situation. Bumlo, small blind, different prospect here. Could put in the 65, try and hit a set, win a big pot versus the chip leader. The implied odds here are quite strong, given that it's the chip leader on the table, Johannes, that's opened. If he hits here, he could win an absolute monstrous pot. And that's one of the factors that incentivizes him to put in the extra money. Well, he's actually turned his hand into a bluff here. Interesting. Doesn't want to just call out of position. He wants to take control. I like this. He 3-bets. But the problem, what if he gets 4-bet? That's the problem with these 3-bet. If Johannes has a legitimate hand and then you don't realize your equity. That's one of the disbenefits, but there's so many benefits, like getting your opponent to fold. And that's what Bumbolo has done. He's forced Johannes, who's opened light here, Queen Jack, to fold out. I think an ace, that ace 10 under the gun would have got through. If a Duplo decided to just let rip with 12 bigs. So button moves, and in the button here is Bumbolo. It's just 3-bet pre there with the pocket threes, got it through. Under the gun is the chippy, 3.7 million Johannes in the Czech Republic. Zelo Marins. Under the gun +1, he's going to be folding the Jack 7 suited. Now, the champ, Ukrainian, not interested. 1.5 million stack, he lets it go. Haven't seen Ada do anything yet, but he's just had a couple of hands since he had arrived. Davide likes to take his time. He has a little procedure, routine that he does, but I can't see him continuing. 9-5, this gets folded. 99 out of 100 times, this 9-5 is just binned. And it's going to be binned on this occasion. Now, Alfredo with sixes. He ain't going to be folding. Cut off, pocket pair, folded around to you. Got to be opening. So 85,000 is the raise size. 40k is the big blind. Alfredo with the sixes. Folded around to Duplo. And Duplo, 11 bigs behind. He's going to complete here, leave him with 10 big blinds behind. You see a flop with the Queen 9. And you can see the equity between these two almost even. Oh boy, Action City. All the money's going in. 100%. You could not get a more action-packed flop. Top pair and a flush draw versus middle set. It's all in. Check, raise, snap call on their backs. And how's your luck? That's the question. Duplo is a dog here. You think he's crushed this board. He couldn't hope for a better board. Top pair and the flush draw. Let's do this. Duplo taking his time. He can't believe how much he's connected. The check raise all in, and now the snap call. Oh, come on, Alfredo. Please don't be slow rolling with a set, sir. Come on. Yeah, I mean, never are you folding here. Ever. Ever. If he folds, I'm going to give every viewer €1,000. Well, sorry, no. More like a tenner. That's my net worth. Eventually he calls. And on their backs, and you can see Duplo going, yeah, it's always going in. What was Alfredo afraid of? Top set? Don't know. Anyway, no harm in taking a couple of seconds, making your decision. That's pretty reasonable. But the money was always going in. Now, flush draw gets there. 8 of diamonds. Does the board pair? That's the question. Can the flush hold? Duplo, big favourite. It holds. Flush for Duplo, and he smiles. Alfredo doesn't smile. Raised with a pair. Hit his set. Loses the hand. How does that happen? Well, quite easily in this game, believe it or not. And we've just seen one of the short stacks. The shortest stack is on the left of your screen. You can see Davide in the red top, sunglasses, and I certainly hope he gets the weather he's expecting. But the other short stack at the table, Duplo, now sitting, I believe, on about 1.1 million, which is average. Just like that, he's back in business. And Zello Marins is in business here with the Ace-King suited. 20,000, 40,000 are the blinds. 45-minute clock. This is a really good structure. 3-day event, goes to an hour tomorrow. These players started with 100,000 chips. That's why they call it the Monster Stack. I remember back in the day, a Monster Stack was 10,000. Now, Davide, what's he going to do with Jack 6? Well, he's going to fold it. That's what he's going to do. There's no chance he's going to continue. Jack 6 off. Perhaps, maybe, no way. It's going in the bin. Davide folds. Now Alfredo, 9-2. What's he going to do with 9-2 offsuit? Fold. Bumbolo, 7 deuce. These really are trash hands, aren't they? And Alberto on the button won't show any interest. But what's going to happen here in the blinds? 10-6 is folded in the small blind, but Johannes may continue with 10-9 in the big blind. Johannes is the big stack at the table, and I think he's going to be peeling 50k. Let's see a flop. Puts it in. Let's go. Well, it's something for both players. Middle pair for Johannes, who checks, but top for Zelo Marins from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Top pair, top kicker, and he does have the backdoor flush draw, which may be of significance when we see a turn, and we will see a turn. There's no chance Johannes is defending with 10-9, hitting second pair, backdoor straight, backdoor hearts, and not continuing for at least one bet. And that gives him additional equity. 8 ball will give him the straight, but he might think his second pair is good. Well, he's just hoping for a check back here from ace queen, ace jack, and he gets the check back, which is interesting. The hearts get there, but it's Zelo Marins, who's top pair, top kicker, has got to go for value here. Has to go for value. He'd hear from a straight. He'd hear from a flush. And I like this. Zelo Marins. This will get paid. For sure, this is going to get paid. 210,000. I think he was always getting paid on one straight, either the turn or river. Well, this would be some fold from Johannes. Can't fold here, surely not. With that check back on the turn, under the gun open, I'm just convincing myself I'm up against ace queen here. But in fairness to Johannes, he's eliminating a lot of hands that he's ahead of. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a reasonable call here. And Zelo Marins shows ace king. I think with that 6 on the turn, I think Johannes is going to be calling a turn bet anyway. So I don't think there's any escape there from paying off his opponent. Takes a hit, but he's still sitting pretty on 80 big blinds. Bumbolo in second place, and you can see Zelo Marins now up to 2.6 million, but Davide, well, it's the same story for Davide. He is the uber short stack, 315k, 7 big blinds, and you don't have long before this blind level expires. And we're going to move then to the 25-50k, I believe. So chip leader in small blind, and in the big blind is Zelo Marins Dimitro. Started as a very strong force, but he lost a sizable pot to the chip leader Johannes. And that's kind of put him in his box a little. This is the short stack. This is a suited king. I mean, it's a candidate for sure. Just shy of 8 bigs. I'd be tempted. Davide decides not to. Alfredo snap folds the 4 deuce, and now action around to Bumbolo. Looks down at 10-10. Big blind 40. $105 is the raise size, and no one's going to show any interest. Marins in the big blind is just going to fold out the 8-4 offsuit. Bumbelow takes down the pot with his pocket tens. This is the Monsterstack Gold Ring event. It's live from King's Resort. It's day 2. The buy-in for this was 500 plus 50. And the prize pool guaranteed $500,000, and we've got there. Almost made the guarantee, just shy a couple of players. 920 players. First place payout is $89,000 for first place. All of these remaining players, and there's 65 of them, they're all guaranteed 1,300. Davide, oh, I mean, it's horrible because he's only the gun +1. I think the blinds are going to be up, so he's going to be posting a third of his stack blind in a couple of minutes. I mean, I think that ace was definitely worth considering. Alfredo opens with the king 10. Well, Alberto with ace jack. Alberto 790. Just shy 20 bigs, Alberto. Another regular in the resort. Folds the ace jack, and it's folded right around to the players in the blinds, which is Marins in the small blind, who's going to be folding the 8-3, and then we have Dmytro Bystrov-Zurov, the Ukrainian, who's the champion of this event. He has the gold ring. Doesn't look to be on him, but I guarantee you, if it's not in his pocket, it's at home or somewhere safe. The gold ring winner is going to defend here with the king 7 in the big blind position. He'll put in 45,000. Just see, notice a comment there about the ace jack fold. Well, this is just, I mean, could you ask for a more action flop than this? Alfredo is going to be going all the way with this. Top pair, flush draw, but he's gonna it's very similar to what happened Alfredo just a couple of moments when he flopped a set. He was up against top pair and a flush draw. He is top pair in the flush draw on this occasion, and Dmytro, well, he doesn't have a set, but he's 2 pair, and I think this is a check raise. It is a check raise, and then an all in snap call incoming. Has to be. Dmytro looks, it's a big moment, and this is huge, absolutely huge moment. Look at the equity, it's incredible. The king 10 is actually favourite. Of course, this is based on cards folded as well. Well, there's the counterfeit. Jack ball would give the king 10 the bigger kicker. It'd be kings and jacks with the 10 kicker. Obviously, any spade. Backdoor straight for Alfredo. There's so many cards that can help him. Dmytro defending with the king 7 has hit top and bottom pair, and he's got to go with it. It's huge. Both these players, same size, stacks, and it's over for the Ukrainian. He needs, well, 7 or a king. Not many kings left. Doesn't happen. And Dmytro shakes the hand of the Italian. Huge spot. 3 million pot. Could have went any way. It was basically a flip of a coin there. And Alfredo up to 75 big blinds. That was a setup hand. King 7 in the big blind defending versus King 10 suited that opened. And King Jack 7, 2 spades, gave Alfredo top pair in the flush draw versus top and bottom pair for Dmitro by Rozvadov, who's cashed once again in the Monsterstack Gold Ring event. Not quite as big as last Circuit Festival's cash, where he was awarded €116,000, but another deep run showing the talent of the Ukrainian. But not to be for him in this event, and Alfredo now in the driving seat. 3 million, average is just about 1.2 million. There's about 60 players left. And we have a new blind level imminent. I think there's another couple of hands to go before we go to the 25,000, 50,000. So no small blind in this hand, dead small blind. Under the gun is Davide, the short stack. Ace 10, well, we all know what's going to happen here. Got to put it in. No choice. Davide has to put the money in. Just shy of 8 big blinds, but this stack will shrink at the end of this hand because the blind level is about to expire. The money is going in. Oh, no way. What? Davide, my friend, you got to put your money in there. You're going to be posting a third of your stack blind next hand. Well, perhaps not, because there's about a minute left in this blind level. And pending on the action, I just find that quite incredible, to be honest. I really do. Ace 10 under the gun, 7.5 big blinds. Perhaps I'm just, well, I know I'm a pretty loose player, but I think that is a very reasonable spot to shove. Well, he'll just get his blind in before it increases, Davide. He'll post the 40 and 40. Center of your screen is the new arrival, Ada, from Switzerland. Ada Cardano, playing about 1.6 million. I'm still kind of wondering about the fold under the gun there from Davide. He's waiting for something better, but time is running out. Time marches on. Johannes, big stack in the hijack, not interested in getting involved. Marins from Bosnia-Herzegovina in the cutoff with the jack at 8. 2.5 million stack. Double the average. You can see the field size top right. 61 remain from 910 players that started in this gold ring event. Ada Cardano, small blind, just puts the short stack all in. And this is absolute mandatory call here, King 9. Your head loads, you're flipping loads, and on occasions when you're behind your live, gotta be calling. Yeah, of course he's going to call. There's no chance he folds this. Impossible to fold King 9. But look how close the equity is between both players. Ada did nothing wrong putting the short stack all in, and Davide, of course, making the correct call. Top right, you can see it's already been a bust out in just a couple of seconds, down to 60. Will it be down to 59? That's the question. Well, not a good start for the short stack that's all in. He's gone behind. His 9 now no good, just the king. King of hearts is folded. King of spades, king of diamonds. Deuce on the turn. Needs to hit one of 2 outs. Davide. Doesn't happen. Trips for Cardano to eliminate Davide. The Italian goes out in 59th, I believe. Leaves us with 58. And they're really getting busted out at a furious rate. The Italian, that ace-10 under the gun. May have been a different story, perhaps may not. But he does cash, gets 1,300. Wishes Alfredo, his fellow countrymen, all the best. And back to the action. We can see we are 7-handed now, 2 empty seats. One belonged to Dmitro by Strafsorov from the Ukraine, and we just watched the Italian Davide Clodomiro go bust. It's King 9, no good against 10-8, all in pre. Chippy, 5-3 off, not interested. But Marins looks down at 10s. Well, we're going to see a clash, I think. 10s for the player in the cutoff. He makes it 110. And this is a 3-bet from Cardano, who makes it 350 with the 9s. Alfredo is going to be just folding. 8-5 in the big blind. It's not sensible, really, to be even considering getting involved. Unless you come out with some kind of funky 4-bet. Try and win this. Is that what he's thinking? 4-betting with the 8-5 suited? No. He's just psyching himself up to fold. Now, interesting spot. Marins has Cardano covered. Cardano 3-bet with the 9s. Cardano has position. Marins not going anywhere just yet. He's not in love with the situation, of course. Pocket 10s, but too strong a hand to let go just yet. So he's going to make the call, reassess the situation on the flop. He'll be first to speak. You can see the field size Top right down to 56. Two overcards on the board for both players. Ace, Jack 8, and both go check, check. Now, that second ace will give a little bit of confidence to both. I can see Marins leading out here. Well, he decides to check. That opens the door for the weaker pair to take this down. I think Marins, I think it's difficult to call here. 375. Well, he's going to stick about. He might get rewarded, you know, because Cardano has to shut down, I think. Eight on the river. I don't think that's going to be a concern, that 8 on the river. There's not really many 8s in play you would expect. Well, this guy, Cardano, he really is aggressive. He's going to turn his hand into a bluff, it looks like. I think he knows his 9s can't be good here, ever. He feels he's up against kings or queens. Well, not strong. 10s win a pretty decent pot for Prince. Stuck about. I didn't think he'd stick about there on the turn. Check called. And got rewarded for digging in deep there. Big hand this. The Swiss player, Ada Cardano, taking a big hit. 3-bet pre, but then he checked back on the flop. Now, 55 players left in the mix. Average stack 1.6 million. Duplo. Sitting on 1 million. Ace 6 suited. Johannes with Queen 10. It looks like we have a new arrival. In fact, I think we have a new player right hand side of your screen. Now, Johannes makes it 110. Big blind's 50k. Marins would like to see a flop here with the suited connectors, but it's too early position. Not going to get involved. Cardano folds. Empty seat that belonged to Davide, and this is Alfredo. What a pot against the Ukrainian 3 million pot. Flip of a coin. Alfredo hit the turn, had his opponent drawing down. Big blind, Bumbelow, who's going to defend. Queen 10 with 51% equity, but not anymore. Bumbelow with the draw to the nuts. Johannes also has a flush draw. Backdoor straight. Looks like 75, and for sure this is getting called. Bumbelow with that ace of spades. And he actually hit second pair. Now he's turned it into trips. No card in the deck can help. Johannes checks back. 7 on the river. Bumbelow going for a value bet. It's going to be super small because you can see 210. Johannes just folds the queen high here. Bumbelow sits on 3 million. So we have 3 big stacks, 2 side by side there. You can see Alfredo and Bumbelow. And then Johannes also sitting on 3 million. Average stack is about 1.6, 1.7 million. And we have about 54 players left. This is the World Series of Poker. It's the Monsterstack Gold Ring event. 3 million guaranteed during this festival. Alfredo is on the button here. He's going to open with the Queen Jack, but Bumbelow is looking down at Ace 10, I believe, in the small blind, and we might see Bumbelow 3-bet here. First is a button open. I think this is a reasonable candidate to 3-bet with. There is the 3-bet, 350. Alberto, well, he hasn't played a hand yet. Made a tight fold of that Ace Jack last orbit. Won't get to see a flop with the 9-8 suited. Bumbelow. 3-bets. Ace 10. Well, Bumbelow just wants the hand to be over with. He's not interested. Well, he's not wanting Alfredo to continue. Not ideal for Bumbelow. Ace 10 out of position. But it's too strong a hand to fold. And versus a button open, I think it's a reasonable hand to 3-bet with. You're blocking so many premium hands. So a 3-bet in this situation will fold out a load of hands. And it looks like we've a big stack arriving. The seat of Davide, who was busted out a while back. Nine-handed once again at this gold ring event, the Monsterstack. We had Frederick Thimer, the young German who won the mini-main event last week, 82k plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. We also had the 50 stack winner, Dae Wong Song from Korea. He won the No Limit Hold'em 50 stack, got 39.5k. The PLO Bounty Hunter, the winner was Manfred Bass from Germany. And we had the King's Reg Clement Cure from France. He won the mixed event during the week. PLO No Limit Hold'em 17,500. And Luca Barretta, he won gold ring number 5, Lucky Sevens, 32k. But right now it's gold ring number 6, which is the Monster Stack. We're watching Ada Cardano with the 7s versus Alfredo, who has position with the 4s. Alfredo's picked up a good shot to go along with his pocket 4s, playing 2 pair. Ada Cardano playing the bigger 2 pair. Ada leads out for 140. I think Alfredo calls here. There's a few reasons for calling. Well, you can hit a full boat. You can hit a straight. You can be ahead. Or you may be able to bluff your opponent off the better hand, depending on what kind of river comes out. Heart would be the kind of card that Alfredo could rep. Well, this is very tight fold, but he is behind. Ada Cardano takes down a pot, gets his stack up to 1.5 million. 53 players remain, which means that we're in a new payout category. All these players now have 3x their buy-in, so all players have locked up minimum 1,500 plus, €1,528. We're going to play till we are down to 24 tonight. Another 3 or 4 hours, you would imagine. 4 or 5 more levels, 45 minutes a level.
2-8 against Romania. Before the bubble. But you were not big blind, small blind? You were under the gun? Or? You can't remember your hand? 2-8? For sure it was you. Yeah. 6 raise 120. Really? Okay.
Now we have Michael playing 2 million behind. Makes a call with the 9-10 suited. And action with Alfredo with the ace-10. Cardano is creating quite a lot of action. Does have the goods here. Ace-Jack. Ace-10 folded. Ace-3 in the bin, and on the button, Alberto folds the King-9. Duplo in the small blind folds, and Johannes just feels that 4-2 is unplayable. Lets it go into the bin. Ada Cardano with the Ace-Jack, and Michael with the suited connectors. Well, this is something for both players. Pairing an open ender for Michael. Pairing a good shot for Ada. King would be pure action card. 2 pair now for Michael, who goes into the lead. But I mean, all the aces and kings are you'd expect to be in Ada Cardano's range. But two pair, I don't think would be folding just yet. 180,000, even if he is up against the straight. You can always get lucky and hit a full boat. That's what Michael be thinking. But there is a ton of cards here that can help Ada, and well, this is one of them. And he's going to get paid, I think. Oh, he checks. Well, yeah, I think he would have got paid. Check there, hoping that Michael would try and steal the pot, avoid the split. I think Ada might have got paid there. It's an interesting choice. That is Ada Cardano from Switzerland, playing close to 2 million. Well, he's well over 2 million, playing about 2.3 million. Small blind is Johannes. Big blind is Zilo Marins. Under the gun is the German player has just arrived. 810,000 under the gun. He folds. Michael just lost a big one there, 6-3 off. I think he pays a bet on the river there, looking for a chop pot. Now, Duplo, 875, 17 big blind stack. Average stack now about 1.7 million. So he's about half the average. Which is about, the average stack is about 33 bigs. Marines should be defending here with an ace versus a button open. Could even 3-bet. Both players missed this board. Duplo's got to be continuing. And he will take down the pot. 130,000. Continuation. So left hand side of your screen is Alberto. Then you had Duplo. These are seat 1 and 2 on the left there. Button is in seat 3. Seat 4 is Marins. Seat 5 you can see there on the left, Jorg, the German, posting big blind. 8 under the gun folds. Ada showing that he's sitting on 2 million exactly. Michael here with Queen 9, 1.7 million stack folds. Alfredo's not interested. Bumbalo. King Deuce. 3.2 million stack. Bungalow is our chip leader. Makes it 105,000 with the suited king. And it's folded right around to Johannes sitting on the button. Jack 10 suited. This will be of interest. He's just trying to find out what kind of stack size the big blind is sitting on. He's about 700 behind, which is about 14 bigs. Johannes flats on the button. This is all perfectly reasonable. Marins will just fold out the 8-5, and you could see the big blind snap folding before the small blind made the decision. But I can't see Marins getting involved here. Both miss. Two big stacks here. Bungalow with the snap bet. First to speak. Continues. 150k. Johans has all the back doors, has position. A lot of cards on the turn could help his hand here, but decides against floating. And Bungalow brings the stack to 3.5 million, the chip leader here on our feature table of the Monsterstack Gold Ring event. You're watching a World Series of Poker circuit event here. This is the main event this weekend, our main tournament. We're in the middle of the World Series of Poker Spring Edition Circuit Festival. Can't really hear what Alfredo is saying. Not sure what the story is. He's asking Andy Tillman something. Alfredo doesn't look too impressed. I'm not sure what happened. He looks to be looking towards Alberto or Duplo. And doesn't look pleased. I'm not sure what's going on. He looks a little bit tilted. I didn't see anything happening. I'm not sure what's going on. All I do know is Andy Tillman is one of the best in the business. And this will be run with order, believe me. Oh, it's something happening on the rail, which is fair enough. And you can see Andy Tillman go to the rail. He'll snap sort that out. Yeah, I said he was looking towards Alberto and Duplo, but it was actually the rail behind them. Now, Duplo, he makes it 120 with pocket fours. Johannes folds the 8-6 and Marins with the ace deuce on the button. Cardano, big blind position. Well, seems to be kicking off, but Ada Cardano is not interested in what's happening on the rail or anywhere else between players. He just wants to play the hand. With ace jack, he's flopped the good shot. Duplo has none of this. I'm not really sure what's happening. It looks to be a debate between Alfredo and Alberto. So perhaps the fans on the rail were in the Alberto camp. Alfredo wasn't too happy with something.
Du kannst auch deinen Kumpel anrufen und dir die Infos geben. Das ist okay. Das ist möglich, dass du dein Handy nutzt.
Now this is all going on, but there's a hand being played. There's close to 500,000 in the pot, and Cardano folds his good shot. That's Duplo. Sorry, that's Duplo. Yes, coup in the pot. Seat 2. Alberto is in seat 1 on the left. He's short. Gotta generate something soon. So, a bit of tension in the air. Quite natural. It's big money, big tournament. 50 players from close to 1,000 that started out. All of these players guaranteed 1,500, but it's 90,000 up top, approximately. Now, Johannes with the ace-9 suited. Another ace in the big blind. Ace 4 off for Michael. He will defend, you'd expect. Johannes opened with the ace 9 of spades. We did see the ace deuce of hearts go into the muck. Interesting board here. Michael has the wheel draw. Johannes has flopped top. Might get paid on this board. He does certainly. Michael decides to continue for at least one more street. Sees what develops. 10 on the turn. He checks. Johannes could bet again here. I think I would. Charge all these drawing hands, club draws, straight draws. Of course, 3 X's, 2 X's. Make them pay. They want to see the river and realize their equity. They got to pay a price. Johannes fires about 250, it looks like. 240, about 50% of the pot. Now, different scenario now. For Michael, it's getting expensive. 240,000. It's about 18% of his remaining stack. Decides to release, and Johannes gets his stack up over 3 million once again. Change of dealer, that's the scoreboard Pumbolo. Marins and Johannes are all above 3 million. Alfredo is sitting on over 50 bigs with 2.7 million. Then there's a bit of a gap to Ada Cardano, who's sitting on around the average stack, 35 big blinds. Then we have Michael 1.4, Duplo 1.3. Then we have two short stacks sitting on 13 bigs. Jorg and Alberto, both sitting on around 650k. Button is with Ada, Michael small blind, Alfredo big blind, and Bumbalo, who's under the gun. This is the biggest stack on the table, 3.5 million. 9-6 offsuit is folded. Ada opening on the button. Pocket jacks. Micah with the jack 10 in the small blind position. He gets out of the way, so just Alfredo in the big blind with king 7 offsuit. Decides he's not interested in defending. Ada shows, hey, look guys, I do have it the odd time. Shows the jacks, takes down the pot, gets a stack just above average. You're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. This is the Monsterstack event. 3 million in prize pool payouts throughout this festival. The main event, of course, kicking off next week, which is a €1,700 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed for that main event. Now 13 big blinds for Alberto, who's under the gun here with the king 6 suited. He folds, Duplo folds, and now action with Johannes, who's going to open ace queen suited. Zillow Marins, 3.2 million. Bumbalo lets go the jack 4, just feels that it's undefendable. Jacks again, this time Duplo under the gun. Pocket jacks. $1.3 million stack, 20 bigs. Well, he's 26 bigs. Makes it 145 now. Interesting. Johannes ace queen suited. Always an interesting spot. Do you 3-bet? Do be a flat. Benefits for both. Of course, there's disadvantages also. There's the flat call. 145,000 with the ace queen suited. Zero Marins with the 10-7. This will be folded. York folds to 6-3, but Ada, Cardano, this is interesting. Really interesting. Ace Jack suited. He might be considering a 3-bet, you know. And one of the factors that will incentivize him is Johannes flat calling the open. He'll reason, well, it's not a premium hand, otherwise I would have 3-bet. So he's going to 3-bet. This is really interesting spot. Ace Jack for Ada. And look at this, another ace out there, the ace 8. I believe it was Alfredo with the ace 8, but it's, I mean, I don't think there's a decision here for Alfredo. Under the gun open, flat by Johannes, then a 3-bet. I think the ace 8 can comfortably go into the dustbin. Bumbalo will fold the queen 6. I mean, jacks are in great shape here, given how many aces are out there. They're all blocking each other. Now, what's going through Duplo's mind? Folding, you wouldn't think, is reasonable, but perhaps it's not out of the question. I mean, I wouldn't be folding to a 3-bet from Ada Cardano with jacks, that's for sure. Ada Cardano has demonstrated he is the action player on this table. He really has. Seen him 3-bet with the 9s. We've seen him open every time folded around to him in late position. So I don't think he can be folding jacks. Too strong a hand. Does have that additional stress and concern of Johannes, who could be sitting there with a monster. That's always a possibility. So jacks vulnerable here. Difficult spot. What do you do with jacks? Call the 300k. Well, it's close to 40% of his remaining stack, so I guess he's thinking it's time to put it in or fold. That's the decision. All in or fold, I think. And Ada Cardano is 3-bet. I mean, Johannes, that's... Oh, I think the cards are gone in to the muck. He folded the jacks. This flat to the open, that's one of the problems. You're always opening the door there for the 3-bet. Johannes with ace queen suited. Ada Cardano. Ace jack. Well, I mean, Ada's going to win this pot. Either pre-flop or on the flop, I would guess. The advantage of position. He is the betting lead. He's in control. Johannes doesn't look comfortable either. It's incredible here. Ace jack getting the jacks and the ace queen suited to fold. That's quite remarkable. I think we're just like we're seeing a real common disbenefit of flatting with the ace queen suited to an open, always opening the door for a player to 3-bet. Big fold, 2 big folds, particularly given the player that 3-bet. I mean, Ada is super active. Nice pot. If you're sitting in Ada's seat, this is the big stack. Johannes 3 million. Well, he's one of 3 big stacks. He folds. This is Zelo Marins 3.2. He's second in chips. And Ada folds to 10-7. Michael folds. What's going on? Alfredo folding king queen in the cutoff. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps he was absent at the table or something. I'm not sure what happened. There's no way he's folding king queen in the cutoff when folded around to him. Bumbalo opening on the button. Ace 9. This is the chip leader. He's playing started the hand with 3.4 million. And it's folded right around to Duplo, who's picked up the 4s once again. Bumbalo's made top pair, top kicker. Duplo has missed 3 overcards. Bumbalo continues. Duplo, I think, just check folds here. Duplo folded jacks pre to a 3-bet, and he's going to fold the 4s here, I expect. Bumbalo shows the 9. This is the 60,000 blind level. So it looks like the tables are being balanced. And I think Johannes has been moved to one of the outer tables, which will leave us with 8 players. Johannes has been moved. He was the next big blind. So posting big blind here is Zelo Marins. Under the gun is Jorg, who you see in the center of your screen. The German player is pretty short. I think he's playing about 700k. And he folds the 9-7. Ada snap folds Michael, 1.4 million. At last, Alberto, with an opportunity, folded around to him. Button position, moves in for 10.5. Well, actually, it's less. The big blind is 60,000. So it's 9 bigs, exactly. 9 big blind shove on the button. Perfectly reasonable, given that it's folded around to him. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for Duplo to fold, but Marins won't be folding. He's going to snap Alberto off when he looks down at his 2 cards. It's a snap call. 9 big blind shove on the button. Look down at ace queen. This is a mandatory call. You've no choice. Never really a situation that you would fold here, given the stack sizes, given the positions, given the action. This is an absolute slam dunk call. 1 million times out of a million. Ace queen, big blind, Alberto with ace deuce. It's costing him 8 bigs. Zello Marins makes the call as expected.
Easy call.
Alberto. Ace deuce. Well, he's not really too pleased, I don't think, Alberto. And there's not much hope here. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Could be over on the turn. And it is. End of tournament for Alberto. Zello Marins has busted out the German player who was eliminated in 46th. Took a while for Zello Marins to make the call, but I think it's reasonable to think about things. Perfectly reasonable. But given the situation, there's just never a case there for folding. You just can't fold ace queen. Having said that, and I think this is the point, I can't hear what Zello's saying. I think he was saying that, like, Alberto didn't play any hands. This is the first hand we've seen him play. So he's given him respect for a premium. I think that's his point, which is fair enough. But I think he's still calling, let's be honest. He's up to 3.7 million. Which is double the average. The average is about 1.8. Well, actually, it's 2 million, 45 players. 2 million is the average stack. Big blind 60k. $45, and we're on the bubble of another money jump. New payout level incoming. This is Duplo. Pocket sixes. Folded jacks pre to a 3-bet from Ada Cardona. This is the chip leader small blind with the Jack 10 suited versus a button open Jack 10 suited. Definitely be interested here. He decides not to get involved. Pretty tight fold there. Jorg folds the king 4 off. Pair of sixes shown by Duplo, who brings the stack up to 1 million. The average is 2 million. Big blind 60k. So about 33 bigs is the average stack. Now, under the gun is Michael with the Queen Deuce offsuit. Alfredo, early position, 2.5 million stack. He folds the Queen 7. Action moves around to Bumba below. Second in chips. Well, looks like we have a new arrival at the table. Not sure how much that is. 1.5, perhaps 1.6 million. Yeah, about 1.5, 1.6. And look who it is. It's the King's regular, Zhong Chen. This guy's an absolute legend in these parts. Cashed recently in Prague. Went deep in, I think it was the national event. Multiple tournament winner. Won the big rap here in Kings some time ago. Expert tournament player in both No Limit, Hold'em and PLO. That is Zhong Chen, very left hand side of your screen. It's just arrived. Just looking at his chips, I think looks to be about 1.5 million. About 25 bigs. Ada at it again, takes one down. I'm liking a lot what I see from this guy. He's shown a lot of ambition. $910 players started. We're down to just 45. Average stack 2 million. 90k up top. Now, Bumbalo. One of the big stacks on the table. 3.6 million. Pocket nines. Well, we have another new player, Kobe, so that's 5 tables of 9, 5 nines, 45. Kobe folds. Now this is the short stack. 9 big blinds. Jorg looks down at Queen Jack. I wouldn't really be getting too excited with this hand, to be honest. Given there's an open early position, I'd just be folding, and Jorg thinks the same. He folds. Small blind gets out of the way, and big blind Michael, 6-4 offsuit. He's going to peel a flop. Not so much to hit a pair. Be looking to hit straight, trips, 2 pair even. Wow, I mean, that's incredible. And look at the nines. Like you'd think it's a beautiful flop for nines. The overpair, good shot, backdoor diamonds, and you can see he's still 25%. Michael has flopped exactly what he was hoping to. Straight, check calls, don't mind that. Now he's out of position, so he's going to need to check raise this one, I think. He checks. Bumble below is going to go again with the nines, and the nines now have the double gutter. 6 for a straight, 10 for a straight. 9 is no good. Double gutter, and here's the check raise. Has to be the check raise. Got to announce himself. 2 flush draws out there. All kinds of straights. Michael defended with the 6-4, and this is why you defend with 6-4. Everything is possible. And the check raise, what's he doing? He's counting it out. Bumble below's wondering what's going on here. What's this guy at? Well, I'll tell you what he's at. Go to check raise big. Well, this is just too big. I mean, this is... What kind of hands call him? I mean, all the big overpairs fold. It's a huge check raise all in. I guess that board is super dicey. There's so much out there. So many possibilities. I think Michael feels his straight is vulnerable. 2 flush draws. And he's happy to either take it down or his opponent has to pay the max. Check raise all in from Michael. Do you know what? The more I think about this check raise, the more I actually like it. Michael with the small straight bumbelow. Well, I think he knows now his nines aren't any good. But he has that double gutter, 6 ball, 10 ball. Goes for it. He's in very bad shape, bumbelow. 9 is no good. 6 or 10.
Oh yeah, die 6 noch.
Michael getting the maximum, all the money over the 9. And this is the target in tournament poker. You get your money all in.
Dann soll es nicht,
You have your opponent absolutely dominated. And you hold. Simple game. And you can see Michael buzzing. Huge pot, 2.8 million. Massive pot. Nice time to hit a straight. That flop. Well, the money could have went in on the flop if there was a check raise in the flop. Michael check called, and then check raised all in on the turn and achieved what he wanted. Maximum payout brings him up to 2.8 million. Zelo Marins, still the big stack on the table, 3.6 million. Average is just about 2 million. The graphic you can see describing all the stack sizes for each of the players on our feature table, 900 feature table, with the short stack Jorg, just 8 bigs, blinds 30,000, 60,000. About halfway through this 30k, 60k blind level. Zelo Marins, King Jack. Chip leader, he's got to be opening, I think. Hijack position. Yeah, this is an open for sure. 125k. Cardano, this guy is tricky. You can see the graphic showing the field size 44, so that means all these guys have increased their payout. 1,735 now, they're all guaranteed. Cardano flats with the pseudo connectors in the button position. Michael gets out of the way with the weak ace, and now the big blind Alfredo with a queen 7. Getting a pretty big price there, but he doesn't like the queen 7. That's Zhang Chen on the left hand side. Big player. Now pair for Cardona. He's gone in front. Marins open light, has missed, but he's going to continue. Ada Cardona, or Ada Cardano should I say, going nowhere. He elects to call, and that's trips. This is getting better. And he stressed that Cardano has been quickly alleviated. I'm surprised Zelo Marins is firing again, trying to move Cardano off his hand. He's not going to, we can see. Ada Cardano flop to pairs, turn trips. No chance he's moving anywhere. He's trying to decide, is now the time to announce himself and raise the stakes here and 3-bet, but he has position. So I think another call, well, he's going to go for it. It's end of hand. He's just hoping that his opponent's on premium pair. 9x. But Zelo Marins with absolute none of this. No pair, no draw, nothing. King high. It's in the hand. Cardano trying to get as much money in as quick as possible. Could have just called, may have got another bet out of Marins. Could have bluffed again. He could have hit a king or a jack and might have check called the bet. Ada shows the 5, takes down the pot and brings him up to 3.1 million. Nice work. The King's Reg, seat 1, Kobe. This field littered with top quality players. 44 left out of 910 that started. All have guaranteed €1,735. They've more than 3x their initial stake. This is Duplo with the jacks again. We've seen him fold these pre-flop. Zhang Chen folds the jack 10. This is Zello Marins, who took a big hit that last hand. It could have been more severe had Ada just opted to flat that turn bet. Now, button player Michael with the 8-7 that spinned. Alfredo has an ace in the small blind, A7 offsuit. Alfredo considering his options. He busted out the Ukrainian Dmitro Bystrovzorov, player who actually won this event in January. Duplo not getting any action, gets a stack up to 20 big blinds. Average is about 33 bigs. Kobe is short. Posts big, blind. Posts the ante and has about 12 bigs behind. Now, Chen, haven't seen anything from the Dutchman as of yet. He's just joined the table 3 or 4 hands ago. Small pair. It's going to open. Makes it 1-2-5. Zello Marins folds the short stack. Jorg folds. This is Ada with the A7. He gets out of the way. Michael with the Queen 9 suited in the cutoff, 2.7 million. He doubled through the chip leader just a few hands ago. Defender with 6-4 off. Flopped the straight. He's going to get involved here with the Queen 9 suited. Makes the call. Player in the button folds. Bungalow with a Queen 9 also in the small blind, but I'm guessing this just goes straight to the bin. Out of position. Kobe in the big blind with 9-7. So Kobe likes the price and he makes the call. Well, this is a pretty sick board. Top pair, backdoor spades for Michael, and he's going to think he's good. Oh, what a check back. That is super interesting. And now he's picked up the flush draw to go along with his top pair. Kobe has absolutely none of this, but everyone's checked the flop, so he might try and steal this on the turn. No, he decides to check. Now, Zhang Chen, he could find another check, you know, but he decides to come out with a bet. 280, it looks like. Well, sorry, 185. Michael. Well, he's disguised his hand. And now he's raised. Oh boy. Well, this is phenomenal stuff. I mean, you'd never expect this hand to be played the way it is. Zhang Chen is going, what the hell's going on? What's he raising me with? Now, obviously there's the concern of a set. Set of eights wouldn't be out of the question. But would he raise with the set of eights here? I think he would just call. Queen 8, more likely. Queen 9. Queen 9 of spades is the exact hand. Chen pulls the trigger. How does Chen get money like this? It's just incredible how he does it. How does he do it? Zhang Chen gets all the money after the flop being checked. All the money shoveled over the line. And it's $1 million for Michael to call. He has to call. He's getting like 2.5 to 1. He's top pair in the flush draw, so his 2-pair draw, trip draw can be good sometimes. He could be up against naked aces or kings here. That's a possibility. It's interesting, but I think he has to call. But like I mean, it's crazy. His 2-pair draw, trip draw is dead. He just has the flush draw, and there's a couple of spades in the bin, and Chen has actually a blocker, 3 spades in his hand. What a great situation for Zhang Chen. He's going to get called. That's my opinion. Zhang Chen flopped the set. Checked around. He's waiting for Michael to bet, which I found out unusual. Michael checked back. Guess he was disguising the strength of his hand. He wanted to give his opponents a chance to catch up. Little did he know he was pretty much dead on the flop. Now he has increased his equity quite a lot with that spade on the turn. The raise, not sure why he opted to raise. That's what he's regretting, that's for sure. Could have just called. Top pair, flush draw, in position. Guess he just didn't put Chen on a hand. This is such an interesting spot. Of course he calls. I don't blame him. I really don't. But he's going to hate the situation. He really is. It's a pretty nasty situation he's got himself in. But he has outs. That's for sure. He has outs. 6 outs. Spade. Chen. Stoic as he looks at the board. Michael tries to take some deep breaths, relax. Misses the flush. And easy come, easy go. It didn't take long for this guy to come to the top of the food chain. Zhang Chen. It's incredible how he got all the money over the line there in the turn. It really is.
Yeah, that was.
Flop checked all around with an action flop.
What can I do?
Top pair versus the set. And then Michael,
Ja, klar.
his hand got better with the flush draw.
Ist ja klar.
Chen fires. Michael decides to raise. He decides his hand is strong enough to raise. And Chen, 3.3 million, the leader on this feature table, top of the chip count graphic there. The Dutchman, I mean, he is just a handful. Maximum payout. I tell you one thing, Kobe looked like he wanted to lead out in the turn there, try and steal it.
Nice hand.
He's thinking to himself, well, it was just as well I showed restraint. That's what Kobe's thinking. Chen, 3.3 million. And now under the gun opens with the ace deuce suited. He is, believe me, a handful. But this guy, Ada, is quite tricky also. Michael, what a hand, what a pot. It's gone from massive stack to, I believe, about 20 bigs. Fredo folds. Bumbalo. Now this guy is accomplished. He's super solid. We featured him a few times in our streams. Kobe, very experienced, but doesn't have the chips. 11.5 bigs. Time running out. This blind level coming to an end. Duplo, Jack 9 suited. Big blind, certainly you would think. For 65,000 you're going to defend. I would be. What's in the 65? We're going to see a flop. Duplo out of position. First to speak. Misses. Wheel throw for Chen, who's going to continue. Small bet here. Ace deuce. Queen 4-5. 115 it looks like. It's going to be enough. Duplo can't afford to float. Check folds. 42 players remain. That's your chip leader. You could just get the feel from, I mean, just what we've seen in the last half hour. The dynamics are changing. I mean, first of all, we had the arrival of Ada Cardano and now Zhang Chen. And it really is a different look and feel to this feature table. Bumbalo in the cutoff. He's going to open. for sure with ace 8 suited. Makes it 120. Kobe has to generate something soon. 5-3 offsuit, not going to be this time. And Duplo with 9-7. He folds. Zhang Chen, big blind. Everyone covered on the table. 3.5 million he started the hand with. Ace Jack, big blind. Couple of options here. Most likely just flat. Going to see a flop. Zhang Chen. Ace Jack, it's a flush draw for Bumbelow. Going to see a check call. Bumbelow's going to comfortably lead out with the nut flush draw. Super small bet. And Chen for sure is going to continue for one straight. You'd expect. Ace Jack. Looks to be suspicious of the sizing from Bumbelow. I think that's what's putting him off. Wow. Got away. Okay. He just was suspect of the bet size from Bumbelow. Viewers just tuning in, wondering what you're looking at here. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. We're smack bang in the middle of the World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Festival. 3 million guaranteed in combined prize pools, 12 gold rings. This is the monster stack. Late in day 2, just 40 odd players from 910 that started, and you're watching the short stack here open under the gun with the kings. Min raise, I like this. Jorg trying to get some action. Alfredo, well, 4-3. Can't see Alfredo getting involved with the 4-3. Looks super strong this open. Players starting to move about. It looks like we're going on a break, in fact. Now, Duplo on the button with a suited ace, asking the stack size of the player under the gun who opened. But this does look strong, doesn't it? From like 8 or 9 bigs. Min raise under the gun. Duplo gets away. Chen will get away also. Small blind position, A6 off. Suss out the situation and decide, in all likelihood, just to pin the A6. Now, big blind. 10-5. Zello is not going to show much interest. May defend. 60. Getting 4.5 to 1. Good price, but his hand is so weak. 10-5 offsuit. And that's it, I think. We're going to go on a break. It's the end of level. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes. Do join us for the rest of this Gold Ring Monster Stack event. Back soon.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
No phones, no devices, no headphones.
No, no.
That's the phone.
You ready?
Yeah, the wedding is ready. Exposed. Everybody knows. Everybody. Physically, sir.
No, we know.
Welcome back. Players just getting ready, taking their seats. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival, the Monsterstack. And we're about to start the 40,000, 80,000 blind level.
Ich hatte ganz schön wilde Hände, wo ich vorn, hinten, ja, ich kann auch das verholen. Aber ja, ja, klar. Das war klar. Nee, nee, verhol ich auch nie. Also ärgere ich mich auch nicht.
Ist halt nicht gekommen.
So 40,000, 80,000. Under the gun here is Michael, and what a hit he took. What a pot versus Zhang Chen. But Michael's still there, 1.2 million. 15 bigs. Now, seat number 9, Bumbalo. He folds. This is Kobe. He's short. He's going to have to make a move. And this could be the hand. Queen Jack. Eight and a half bigs. So you can see he's just showing his intent there. Makes it 400. It's effectively all in. 40 players remain. All of these players have locked up €1,735. Duplo, I think he just lets go of the ace-9. But Zhang Chen won't be folding the nines. I'm pretty sure he's going to take a spin with Kobe here. It's an interesting spot. It's a 500k raise. Well, really, it's 700k. That's the cost here, because there's never any chance of Kobe folding. And I think we see a re-raise here, min raise. Zhang Chen isolating. Well, actually, the graphics saying a call. Yeah, the dealer's just working it out. So it is a raise. 920 raise from Zhang Chen. It's the minimum. Cardano will be folding in the big blind. And we're going to see a snap from Kobe. Kobe's going to be delighted that he's in a flip here. In fact, the graphics showing that he's the very slight edge, 52%. That's based on cards folded. Did see one queen folded. So, action between Kobe, who's all in, and Zhang Chen. The big stack on the table. Jack in the window, not good. Ace, ace. Not great now, really, for Chen, given that the 9 of hearts is in the dustbin. It's been folded pre. So he's just one out to improve. Now, an ace. We'll give a chop. Kobe's off celebrating.
Ace is split.
Nur ein Ace, ja. Dreimal full house.
He knew that the 9 was dead, but he think he forgot about the ace.
We have now 9 high,
Double for Kobe. Chen pays him off. Good start to this level for Kobe. He's up to 1.6 million. Average stack about 2.2. Well, it's more. It's about 2.3 million. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000. That's Zhang Chen. King's Reg. Dutchman. Scooped a massive pot versus Michael when he flopped a set. Michael top pair. Michael turned the flush draw to go along with his top pair. All the money went in on the turn. But takes a hit, Chen. Alfredo under the gun, 2.4 million, 5-3 offsuit.
Jeder hat seine Lieblingshand, oder? Oder was? B habe ich viele Lieblingshand.
39 players left in the field. 910 started. Chen with the min raise and the cutoff. King 4 of diamonds. Zello, Marins. Button position, folds 10-6. Now, Cardano is thinking of doing something, but decides then against it. He folds the Jack 5 off, and Michael, well, he's a sizable proportion of his stack already invested, but he's not going to put in any more money. He leave himself at 1 million. That is Zhang Chen. Very accomplished tournament player in both No Limit Hold'em and the Omaha discipline. Under the gun is Bumblebee, or Bumbelow should I say. 7-4 of diamonds under the gun, 2.3 million stack. It's about average 2.3. This is Kobe, 1.6 million. Duplo folds, Chen gets out of the way with the 9-3 off. Zillow in the cutoff, 10-2. Fold it right around to Ada Cardano. Makes it 175, but Michael has woke up with a monster. Small blind, queens. 13 bigs. It's all going in. 13 big blind rip here. Alfredo's going to be snap folding. We should be just snap folding here. I mean, this is just really eating up the clock for no reason. 8-2 of diamonds is not ever going to be called. But Ada Cardano does have a decision to make with Queen Jack. But I guess it's too big a shove. It's costing him 10.5 big blinds. It's like 30% of his stack. I mean, he's in a flip situation here quite a bit. He's never ahead. There's no hand really that would 3-bet all in here. I can't think of a hand. Maybe 10 jack suited, 9-10 suited. Maybe, perhaps, but not likely. Michael's been pretty solid. So he's never really ahead. That's the point. He's flipping quite a lot. But then a decent proportion of the time he's crushed. It just so happens on this occasion he's absolutely hammer crushed. Queen is dead. Jack is dead. Yeah, I think a couple of blinds less. I think there's a stronger case. Cardano makes the fold. So Michael gets a 3-bet through. Well, he did have the goods. Gets a stack up to about 1.4 million. No, it's more. He's sitting on about 1.5 million. This is Kobe, 1.6 million, 9.6 suited under the gun. Not going to show any interest. The average there, you can see top right, just about 2.4 million. 38 players left. Duplo. He's close to 13 bigs. King Jack suited. Could rip with this. I mean, one of the advantages of ripping with this hand, well, you're going to get a lot of weak aces to fold. Might even get King Queen to fold. Small pairs would probably fold as well. Now, if you get caught, you have a problem. Now, Zelo asking for a count, he's not calling, but he's taking advantage of the opportunity just to show all the players just what kind of stack depth Duplo as the short stack has here. Duplo is the shortest stack on the table. And Zelo, Marin's just showing everyone how shallow he is. 12.5 big blind to rip. And it's folded right around to Alfredo, who snap folds the 7-4. Bumbalo in the big blind snap folds then the 8-6. Duplo gets that one through and gets his stack up to 1.2 million.
Right, gentlemen, just for 1 second, I have your attention. While there are cards in play, it is English only in the tournament, guys. In between hands, you can speak any language you want for now.
So 1.2 million, about 15 big blinds.
So while anyone has 2 cards, it is English only. Even if you have folded the hand, it must remain in English while the hand is in play. Always. If anyone has hand, like right now while he's shuffling, if you want to say something in German to your partner, that's fine. If anyone is currently playing a hand, it is English only, okay? So just a warning, next time we'll do something different, but for now, English straight in the hand, please, thank you.
Duplo under the gun with the Queen 3 of diamonds. Now Zhang Chen, 2.8 million stack. Ace 8. Chen opens. Zelo doesn't even consider continuing. He snap folds the suited. Ace 3. Michael up to 1.4 million. He folds. Alfredo on the button here with Jack 10. Bumbalo folds an ace in the small blind and Kobe. Queen 6 offsuit. He is a value hunter, Kobe. He'll defend when he gets the right price, but Queen 6 offsuit. 4.5 to 1. Decides to let that one go. And Zhang Chen gets his stack up to the 3 million mark. Average stack is 2.4. 36 players remain. They really are busting out pretty quick. So with these bust outs, that means their stack depths are deeper. 45-minute clock. Things will slow down. It's the way it goes in tournaments. It goes in waves with bust outs, and then you can go some time without anyone getting knocked out. It's all down to the clock that ticks away. Levels expire. New levels introduced. Blinds go up. Now, Chen, he really is a fierce competitor, this guy. He's going to open under the gun with the sevens. Table is playing a little bit tight, and Chen for sure will be aware of that. Fold it right around to Michael, who'll fold the 8-6. But Alfredo in the cutoff has ace and 9. The Italian considers his options but decides he doesn't want to continue. He folds. Now, Bumbalo, haven't seen much of him. He's down to 2.1 million, can't do anything with 4-3. Kobe's in the small blind. I guess he just lets this go versus an under the gun open. Having said that, it is Zhang Chen. And this hand ace forward's blocking quite a lot of premiums, but Kobe decides he's not really going to get involved in Duplo. In the big blind, suited king will be defending. Cuts out 160 total, an additional 80k. Now that's a blind check from Duplo. Zhang Chen, 2 pair, 7s are good. Puts in 40% pot. It's the kind of board that Duplo could rep. If they were 2 clubs rather than spades, I think we'd see him pull the trigger. But King 6, no connection to that board. Chen, back on top, normal service has resumed. Zhang Chen, top of the leaderboard, 3.3 million. Average stack about 2.5, 36 players remain. There's the graphic showing exactly what the state of play is at our feature table. So, new arrival on the table. We have just 4 tables left in play. Four nines, 36 players. Now, cut off. Queen Jack for Bumbalo. We haven't seen much of him. I think he's going to open here. Makes it 160. Kobe on the button with the King 4. But the real hand with Duplo here in the small blind. Pocket nines versus a cutoff open. And he says all in, which is the right move. Perfect move, because it's going to get hands like Queen Jack, which he's flipping against. You can see the equity there, so close. He's going to get a hand like this to fold. Bumbalow's not going to put in half a stack with queen high. He just has to take it on the chin. Give the cards to the dealer. Not nice when you get it shoved back in your face like this. But there's nothing he can do. 3-bet from a Duplo. I mean, it's just always ahead of a Queen Jack here. So full table on display here, 9-handed. This is the Monster Stack. It's called the Monster Stack because all these players start with 100,000 starting stack. The buy-in was €550, and we had 910 entries. Prize pool of $500,000 with approximately 90,000 up top. Now, new arrival. Just looking at a stack, 350, super short. Under the gun, of course, he moves in, which is the right move. He's going to be putting half a stack in blind next hand. Ada Cardano here with sixes. It's difficult here to play sixes. In this situation, I'd just be folding sixes. Things can get way too complicated. This early position. Could be action around the corner. Just fold. Wait for a better spot. This is just way too risky to put in 350 here. And trying to 3-bet isolate the short stack, it's even riskier. Always the chance you run into a big hand with so many players still to act. Fold is the move here, but Ada Cardano, well, it puts in the money, makes the call. I hate this play, to be honest. I mean, there's not many hands he's beating, very few hands. Now, the queen going into the bin, another queen, not good for Istvan Heffler from Hungary, who's just sat down. A couple of his cards been folded. So he is going to be an underdog. You can see the graphic changing. You can see the six is just 30%, but that's if the King Jack was still in play. The King Jack will be folding, and the 8-7 suited in the big blind will be folding also, 270. It's too much to call. I'm surprised the graphics reading 50-50, given that we had two queens in the bin, king and a jack, blocking the straight potential. But figures that the numbers don't lie. There is a 6 binned, but it's Istvan Heffler who has to hit. It's over. Like you can see, he's getting up, no heart in his hand. Does have the backdoor straight possibility. Well, Jack, that helps. 9 or King. Best card in the deck he could have hit. 9 or King for a straight. Gives him double gutter, hits the straight. Incredible. That's incredible. Istvan Heffler. I just didn't like the call, I'll be honest. I really didn't. A small pair, early position. You need to get your money in first with these small pairs. So the very short stacked Istvan Heffler doubles and a bit, gets the big blind, small blind, big blind ante. He'll post all that, of course, and he'll be left with 9 bigs behind. The Hungarian hit is straight on the river. Now Cardano, 2.4 million, still about average stack. 35 remain, so new payout level, 35 players. All these players have locked up approximately 2,000. And there's 90k up top. This is Alfredo. Folds. Bumbalo down to 2 million. Chip leader at one stage on this table. He's going to open with the King Jack suited. Makes it 175. Kobe will fold the 6 deuce offsuit. And action around to Duplo, who doesn't show any interest. Chen's the same. He doesn't want to know about it. Zilo with the ace-7 in the small blind. I expect him to fold this and just the short stack in the big blind. 9 bigs behind. Queen 4 off. It's just so weak, isn't it? Istvan Heffler. Like the way he shoved under the gun with the Queen 10. You might think it's an easy, straightforward shove, but always difficult to put your money in. Queen 10. Dealer just telling one of the players that the eye watch they're wearing is not allowed. And Alfredo just nodding his head, agreeing with the dealer. And it was Istvan who gives his watch to one of his fans on the rail. Dealers here run a really good show. They're top quality, so professional. Top floor guys and girls in Europe run this club. They are really top of their profession. We have the World Series director Andy Tillman visiting for the duration of the World Series of Poker circuit. Regular visitor for these festivals when the WSOP is in town. They always have their own guy. And Andy, of course, fits right in, knows exactly the workings of King's Resort. It's a really good fit, King's and the World Series of Poker brand. They found a permanent home for their flagship European event. Well, it's the biggest event they have outside the World Series, Vegas. And it's here in the heart of Europe, in Rozvadov. And we'll have winners of this event, top 6 I believe, will be awarded a World Series main event seat. They'll all be back for the World Series of Poker Europe later in the year. Close to 90k for first place, 78,900 plus that main event ticket, which is 10,350. Carries a 5 million guarantee, but believe me, even during the pandemic, that guarantee was hammer crushed, and the indications are it'll be a monstrous event later in the year. Okay, pair for Alfredo. Cardano has missed. Does have the back doors. Cardano connects with the turn. Makes top pair. And he's going to lead out. Might get paid here. Alfredo. Looks like Alfredo checked back the flop. I missed that. Bottom pair. 250 lead out here from Cardano. So Alfredo, 250. Ada Cardano takes down the pot. Stack size 2.6 million, which is bang on average 2.6. Left hand side of your screen, you can see the player that just arrived on the table. Isvan Heffler from Hungary, who double through. The player in the center of your screen, Ada Cardano. Right hand side of your screen is Michael. He's been up and down. Pretty solid player, Michael. Have to say I've liked most of what I've seen from him. Maximized when he defended with the 6-4. Flopped the straight. He got the absolute max from this gentleman here. Bumbelow on the right hand side of your screen. First act is Alfredo, who folds. Now Bumbelow 8-2 off. Now Kobe, Ace Jack. Kobe makes it 160k. Small pair folded by the Hungarian. And Michael in the big blind here with Jack 7. 1.2 million behind. 15 bigs. Michael does defend. Gets pretty stubborn. I think he's going to defend here with the Jack 7. Getting the right price. 80k to call, 360 in the pot. Getting 4.5 to 1. But in the end, Michael decides not to continue. Graphic showing 32 remain, so we're going to have the next big blind. move to one of the outer tables. It looks like it's the Italian Alfredo, who's the next big blind. That means there's 4 tables in play, 8 players on each table. 32 remain. All of these players guaranteed approximately 2,000. We're going to play until we're down to 24. I estimate maybe, I don't know, a couple hours maximum. Say about an hour and a half. I think we'll be there. Zhang Chen, certainly one of the most experienced on this table. But this guy knows where he's at. The Hungarian is Van Heffler. He folds now. Ada Cardano. Pocket pair 175. Always going to be opening on the button. Cardano when folded to him. Bumbalo. Well, he's just not, it's not happening for him. The last couple of levels. No cards, no opportunities. He's got knocked back every time he's opened. And this time, he's going to play back. He's going to 3-bet. Recognizing Ada Cardano's range here is super wide when folded around him on the button. So he's going to 3-bet with the Jack 7 now. Cardano, what does he do? Pocket pair. It's hard to continue. Small pair, really hard. Cardano getting 3-bet. Four-bet jam is not out of the question. Believe me, it's in his playbook. A fold you would think is the most likely. Bumbalo exploiting the situation, knows that Cardano could open on the button here with any 2, but look at this. Cardano not finished with the hand. Now Bumbalo is just hating this call. He's out of position. Jack 7 off. He's missed. It's not the worst flop for pocket 4s. This is just really interesting. I think Cardano will go with this. This is just a crazy situation. Bumbalo has just got himself in a real ugly spot here. Cardano, super stubborn. Well, he sees a 10, obviously an overcard, a 5 an overcard. But these are not really what he's worried about. He's worried about a overpair to the board. But he's also thinking he could be against ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen suited. Cardano, decision time. Called with the 4s pre. Bumbalo with absolute air. Bungalow is just hoping he gets a fast fold. He's just hating the situation. Absolute no hand here. Jack 7 off. Ada Cardano folds the best hand. Bungalow scoops a really sizable pot and gets him up to 2.8 million. Bungalow just showing real good recognition for what's going on, but it took a lot of guts to do this. Huge risk. Could have ran into it. Basically put his tournament on the line there. He was just left with 800k behind after that continuation bet in the turn. But he now sits on 2.8 million, which is pretty close to average stack. Istvan Heffler all in, and look, his nemesis Ada Cardano, Ace King, big slick, always going over the line. Both players with their money in. Kobe 10-3 of clubs folds, and the Ace King suited versus the tens. Big moment, big pot, 1.6 million pot. Well, I mean, Istvan just joined the table at the beginning of this level with 300k. Now he's playing a 1.6 million pot. Cardano, well, it'll sicken him if he misses, but he hits, and he hits hard. Pair and a flush draw. Diamond would end it. Ace on the turn, just the 10 of hearts. 10 of clubs is folded. One out for Istvan Heffler. That's it. Fair fight. Tens versus Ace King. Ace King hits. Flop and turn. Holds. Elimination for the Hungarian. We're down to 31 players. And at last a smile. Ada Cardano, 2.8 million. Not as many chips on this table. In fact, it's pretty shallow, given the average stack is about 2.8 million. Zhong Chen, the only player above average. And he's going to open here under the gun with the king, queen suited. Well, you can see the average top right there. It's closer to 3 million. Zhong Chen, vastly experienced, opens under the gun. Zilo Marins was the chip leader, but didn't really go up through the gears as you would expect the big stack to do. He's just kind of opted to sit back and see what happens. But this guy is going to start putting the foot on the accelerator. Cardano, 3-bet incoming. He's picked up big slick once again, back-to-back hands, and 3-bets once again. Makes it 490. Pocket pair for Michael. He just has to let it go. Having said that, if he could see the hands he's against, he'd let rip, I'm sure. Kobe, small blind, no interest. And in the big blind, Duplo. He'll need a monster hand to continue also. Duplo looks interested, but King Jack doesn't qualify. Really doesn't. Now, Zhang Chen, King Queen, suited, looks attractive, but when you get 3-bet, it loses its allure. Chen placing the chip holder on top of its cards. He is suited, he is connected, but I think this is opening up loads of problems by continuing here out of position versus a 3-bet. Well, Chen decides he wants to see a flop. 2 big stacks. Chen has Ada Cardano covered. Already 1.2 million, both players with just a 2x pot size bet behind. Jack 5, deuce, 2 hearts. Chen missed. Cardano. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor. No, he's no diamonds. It's Chen with the backdoor diamonds. Cardano with the backdoor straight possibility. Now Chen, this is the problem. Call him pre. You can get sucked in here on the turn also. 2 overs, backdoor flush, backdoor straight possibility. And it's all getting rather expensive. Chen, I think this call pre is the problem. New chip boss, Ada Cardona. He is top of the chip count chart now. Cardano, 3.5 million stack, 30 players left. This is the Monster Stack. It is a gold ring event. And out of 910 players, we just have 30 remaining. Ada Cardano, top of the chart. Bumbalo, Chen and Zello Marins, all sitting around 27 bigs. Then a big gap to Kobe. Then Michael and Duplo. The short stack, new level, 50, 100k level. So 50,000 small, 100k big, 30 players left. Average stack, 3 million. There's only one player on the table above average. That's Ada Cardano. Now King 4 suited, On the button, folded around to him, Kobe. 14 bigs. It's 250,000 out there pre-flop. Kobe tempted but decides against it, but Duplo, 10 bigs. I think I just shove here if I'm Duplo. I think I just put it all in. Take down the 250,000 that's out there. Zhang Chen not really going to be calling here for $1 million. Basically close to 40% of his stack. Chen folds. Under the gun open from the chip leader. Makes it 220. Michael with 12 bigs folds. Bumbalo. Close to average. Let's go. Kobe. He's going to fold the queen 2 off. Now, interesting situation here. Chen with the 6s decides just to flat call. Zillow getting huge price, 120 to call, 640 out there. Getting over 5 to 1 on his money, 9-7. Really decent price. Puts in the additional 120 to make the call. Going to go to a flop. Cardano hits. Top pair. Jen misses, folds the 6s, and Zillow has none of this. He'll fold. 4 million stack, biggest stack we've seen on this feature table so far, and it belongs to this gentleman, Cardano.
Achtung, geht weiter, gell?
Michael, a German, ace 4 under the gun, 12 bigs. Kobe in the hijack, ace 7 suited. I think Kobe's going to open. And this open will get a bit of respect. He's been playing pretty snug, Kobe. Did see him double with the Queen Jack versus the 9s all in pre. And field size down to 28. You can see the top right graphic. Bust outs really are fast and furious for the last couple of levels. Cardano 9-2 off. You'd expect this is the one type of hand that he'll just decide not to get involved with. Kobe takes it down, ace 7 suited. There you see the graphic showing the chip counts. Cardano, big stack, 3.8 million. But I mean, he's the only player that's above average. Everyone else below par, which tells me the chips are on the other tables. Like several short stacks on the table. Well, we have 3 short stacks, 15 big blinds and smaller. This is one of them here. Michael in the big blind. But under the gun, Bungalow, 2.8 million. Average now 3.25. Bungalow's going to open with the ace 10. Kobe playing 17 big blinds. The average is about 33 bigs. This is a 210,000 call on the button with the King Jack suited. But look at Cardano. We've seen him 3-bet in these spots with hands that are a lot lighter than ace queen. I think we're going to see... Oh, sorry. It looks like Zelo has 3-bet with the King Jack. And I mean, this is the first 3-bet we've seen from Zelo for hours. Bumbalow's opened. Zelo's 3-bet with the King Jack. And Cardano looks down at ace queen. This is crazy. Michael with ace queen. Michael might go with this in the big blind. Ace queen. He's 200k invested already. He's just 9.5 bigs behind. Amazing. Incredible. Maximum respect for the player from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Haven't seen him 3-bet for like, I mean, I can't remember the last time he 3-bet. And the two boys saying they had ace queen, and
Hast du Kind? Queens? Queens nicht. All is done. All is done. Ja, warum?
Hätte sich spätestens in einer halben Stunde sehen.
Naja, aber ein schönes, muss ja dann ein schönes Pärchen gewesen sein, oder? Würde ich sagen. Nein, nein, auch nicht. Was will?
28 players from 910. Zhang Chen, hijack, king jack. Big blinds 100k. Average stack about 33 bigs. Zhang Chen makes it 200k.
What are your fans? Bitte? Hast du ausgenutzt?
In einer halben Stunde. Sieht man's.
Duplo. 13 big blinds under the gun. It's going to be posting next hand. Needs to create something soon. Duplo. Now, Bumbalo with the Cowboys in the small blind position versus Cardano. These two players have history. We've seen them clash numerous times. We're going to see Bumbalo 3-bet once again, but this time he has it. He's got the kings. Makes it 650. Kobe in the big blind just has to let go of the 6 deuce. Cardano calls with 6 high. 17% equity. Well, I mean, this could be super dangerous if he hits any part of this. Well, the ace is going to be a huge concern for Bumbalo. He continues. Cardano has the backdoors, backdoor straight possibility, backdoor flush possibility. But his equity has halved, just 8% on this board. Cardano floats. Now, can he find a way to win this? Well, he's open-ended. And Bumbelow will probably shut down, I think. Go into check call mode. This is so interesting. Bumbelow leaves himself with 600k behind. He bets 750. Cardano has picked up the open ender. What a spot. Floated on the flop and now has picked up the open ender, but he's faced with another bet. Bumbelow basically saying, look, I'm committed here. Cardano makes the call. This is crazy. 3.7 million in the pot. Bumbelow with 590 behind. And Bumbelow, he checks, he shuts down now. Cardano just has 6 high and he's missed, but he's going to have to bet at the pot. Guaranteed. Cardano bets. And what a steal it would be if he gets it through. Watch Cardano. This is so sick, this hand. Bumbelow. Well, I mean, you think you're beat, don't you? You could call them flop, call them turn. There's no obvious draws out there. I mean, you wouldn't expect your opponent to be sitting with 6-4. I think Bumbelow is too much in, and Cardano just checks back. What a crazy pot. And it puts Bumbelow up to 4.3 million. Cardano, well, it's a little bit spewy, let's be honest. I think you got to be preserving your chip lead. Pay jumps are starting to get significant. Some players are tightening up, coming towards the end of day 2. Having a chip lead is, I mean, it's so advantageous. Getting involved with like these speculative hands. I absolutely don't mind the raise to 6-4 whatsoever. It's calling the 3-bet, like pots getting inflated like that and you're getting involved at 6 high. Then the float on the flop, very loose. And then the 750, that was a tough one, the call on the turn, given that he picked up the open ender. But I mean, I think it's obvious his 6 is no good, his 4 is no good. He's only good with a straight. 8 outs, I don't even know, is he getting the right price? Chen, ace, jack, suited. Cardano down to 2 million. And how quick it turns around. And in fairness to Bumbalo, he's the maker of his own success. That 3-bet with the Jack 7. He's got all his chips off Cardano. He's basically targeted the most aggressive player at the table, who's playing from the widest range. Duplo, 11 bigs behind. Ace 4. Chen is opened under the gun. 28 players remain. We're going to pause the clock when down to 24. Defend from Duplo. He doesn't want to hit his ace, that's for sure. Well, that's unbelievable. He's smashed this board. He's hit trips. Snap checks. Chen with a small continuation bet, 150, which is like about 25% of the pot. And Duplo's just going to check call, surely. There's 150. Well, he's check raised. What's the idea of the check raise? Well, he's hoping that Chen has an overpair. Ace King might stick around. Ace Queen might stick around. Oh boy. Chen's gone for it. This is unbelievable. Duplo. Well, the move he's made, it was very creative because Chen figured there's no way he's going to check raise with a 4. He check calls there with a 4. So Chen pulled the trigger. Tried to get Duplo off at 3. Wheel draw. But I mean, he's 1%. Now, an ace, 1 out, 40 to 1 shot. 1 ace, ace of hearts left in the deck. That would give it chop pot. Chen trying to hit it. No, it's a 7. And that's crazy. Duplo, 2.5 million. This guy has been really solid, Duplo. He's played this short stack perfectly. Chen, big misstep. Just didn't believe a 4 would check raise like that. So he decided, well, I'm going to get you off at 3 here. A draw, a bluff. But Duplo had the goods. Flop trips. Gets his double, 2.5 million, and Chen down to 13 bigs. It's pretty crazy, these last few hands. Absolutely bizarre stuff happening. It really is. I'm just not foreseeing the action on any street whatsoever. It really is off the charts what's going on. It's highly entertaining. I just loving it, to be honest, what's unfolding here. And I can't wait to see what develops. We have some quality players. We have some real tricky live wires like this guy. There's Chen, top left, the most experienced, but he completely misplayed that hand. And now we have probably the tightest player on the table, Zelo, but pretty clever how he free bet with the King Jack, got the maximum respect, took down a big pot, folds under the gun, the Ace-4. Ada short. It's crazy because now Ada and Chen are the two short stacks. They were the two guys with all the chips a level or two ago. Kobe, 1.4 million. He jams on the button with Ace-4 and Duplo looks down at King 10, but Duplo, just after winning a massive pot, he's not going to be getting too excited with King 10 offsuit. Makes the fold as expected, and Chen will fold the Queen 3 suited. Kobe will take down the pot, bring a stack up to 1.7 million. And look at the graphic top right, 27 remain. That means we're in a new payout level, 2,275 guaranteed for the 27 players left in the mix, just 3% of the original starting field. So blind still 50, 100k. $27 remain. Duplo on the button here with the Queen 10, sorry, the Queen 7 suited. 2.5 million stack. Super solid. Duplo has been. Kept his cool, showed really good temperament. Stuck in there. And he's there or thereabouts. He's still under average stack, but he's given himself such a great shot of getting to day two, getting through day two, getting to the final day, making that final table. That's where all the big money is. These guys, they're guaranteed 2,200 so far, but it's close to 90k, 89k plus for the winner. Chen, 10 bigs, King 4. He's thinking of 3-bet shoving here with the King 4 versus a button open. It's not a bad play. It works a lot, but decides against it in the end. Duplo is happy with that. Zello, Marins. Duplo up to 2.7 million. There's no chips on this table. That's the problem. There's like average stack is probably about 2.3, 2.4 million, where in actual fact average stack is about 3.5 million. Michael under the gun, 9 bigs. He's going to be posting 200k from his 900k next hand. This is Kobe, 1.7 million. He's also been very solid, Kobe. 4 high is going to go into the dustbin though. Chen, 9-6 suited. 10 big blinds, not interested. Zillow, small blind, 10-5 off. In the big blind is Cardano, who gets a walk. Cardano will take that with 5-3 off suit. That will work for him. 2.1 million. Button moves are now Michael in the big blind. Players just having a little bit of a laugh. Helps relieve the tension. It really is tense out there. It's getting close to the end of day. We just have 27 players, 24 players make it to the final day. Under the gun, Bumbelow, 4.3. He's all the chips. I mean, he was just bleeding chips for hours, nothing happening for him. And then he just made a move against Cardano. You can see the two of them engaging. For me, the two standout players on this table, Chen, of course, a real force, huge character, huge player, massive experience, and he rips here with the ace-6 in the cutoff, 10 bigs, button folds. Cardano won't be folding, ace-jack. That's good recognition. Snap, reship. Now, there's an argument for Michael German getting his money in here. That is a fact. Pocket pair. Likely these guys are blocking each other. Let's go. Let's take a gamble. But Michael decides to fold the small pair. And Chen on the ropes, about to be knocked out by Ada Cardano. I love the way Cardano totally recognized his ace-jack was good here. Snap call, the all-in shove from Chen. Well, that's not good for Chen. Jack on board. He's hit a 6. Oh boy, that's sick. Cardano, 1 out. This is just crazy what's happening on these boards. Absolute crazy stuff. Chen hit his 6. It was no good because Cardano hit his jack. And then hit the 2-outer on the turn. viewers just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort in Rozvadov, the Czech Republic. This is the capital of live poker, day in, day out, 24/7, 7 days a week. That's Zhong Chen gets lucky. It's trips. Cardano, what can you do? Except get your money in good. That's all you can do. Well, you could also make sure you have your opponent covered when you do get your money in good. That certainly helps. Chen back in business. Let rip 10 bigs with the ace-6. Of course, I don't mind that play whatsoever. You just can't sit back and get blinded out. It's just like, you know, sitting, waiting for the cards, waiting for it to happen. It's not going to happen. You've got to make it happen. Time marches on. Blinds go up. Kobe, Queen 10 under the gun. He folds now. Duplo folds. Chen. Lucky boy. 2.3 million. He folds a 9-4 off. Now, Zello. Cut off. He's playing super snug. 2.6 million. 26 players remain. Folds the ace-3. Not interested. 9-6. Cardano. Well, he lets rip with 9-6. This is a punt. It's going to get Michael to fold. Michael down to 6.5 bigs. He's going to be folding the 5 deuce, but it's down to Bumbalo. 8-2, well. Not feasible. Cardano gets his stack up to 13 big blinds, 1.3 million.
I have two five. I have nothing. I will go with the king high. 2-5 and 2-7. 2-5, 2-8, 6-9. Yeah. Me too.
This is Duplo under the gun, playing about 2.6 million. 8-7. Going to be folding that. Look at the field size. Top right, 25 now remain. Chen. Still alive. Still dangerous. Believe me, he gets a stack. He will hammer crush this table. Jack 9 cut off. Cardano not messing around. Let's rip for 1.3 million. Now Kobe doesn't look like he's happy. Of course he's happy. Ace King auto call. Yes, he says. And Cardano says, fair enough, I'm live. But he's a 2-1 dog here. And that's killed some of his outs. Jack of clubs no good. 9 of clubs no good. 10, 5, 5, 2 clubs. It's over. Well, it's not over. Because he has a full boat draw. Jack or a 5 for a full boat. Jack or a 5. Doesn't happen. Very disappointing to see Ada Cardano eliminated. Kobe had the easy decision of just saying call when he looked down at ace king suited. You can see Bumbelow just wishing him the best. I think we could be pausing the clock here. They're doing a chip count, but Kobe had him well covered. I think we're down to the final day. We're going to pause the clock. 24 players, and look at that. Michael gets through with 5 bigs just at the beginning of the new blind level. Michael with 5 big blinds. Bumbelow 4 million, the chip leader on this table, but believe me, there's bigger stacks in the outer tables. Kobe there, he did well, 3 million. Duplo did fantastic, and Zelo 2.6 million. Chen survived, 2.3 million. And Michael then 5 bigs. We're going to be back tomorrow. Stream starts 2:30. One of the remaining players will be awarded close to €90,000. All of these 24 players, they're guaranteed 2,200. But it's all about the final table. See the TD just distributing the chip bags, the overnight chip bags. Chips are bagged and sealed, signed for, put away in a safe, wheeled out in the morning. Total new draw, complete redraw. 3 tables of 8, brand new table we'll have for you. Blinds will be 60, 120. So short but absolutely incredible stream. That was just crazy, some of the hands we've seen. It was hugely entertaining for me anyway. I found it fascinating to see the mindset of some of these guys. Different types of players, different personalities. And we're going to see a lot more tomorrow. Do join us 2:30 for the final day.